Save from the darkness, my child, locked in the cage of glass and steel. But my true love remains in exile. They're gonna need to break the seal into this crystal kingdom.
Questa galassia è piena di api. Diventerò una ape per diventare
Hi! 1 through 5, 1 through 5. Hi, Izzy. I hope you're having a good night. Yes, we are finishing. I keep forgetting to update my title. Let's make it that. Hi, Cody. How you doing? What's this song? I am a bee. Louis Zong. Freaking ad breaks. It just got started playing Neopet Solitaire, and I've never been humbled by solitaire so badly. That's incredible. I love that for you. How am I? I am hanging in there. It's been a week mentally. No reason. Just a meh mental health week. But we're here. It's Friday. And we're finishing the first Ace Attorney Chronicles game. And then I'm playing Palia. That's the goal for this evening. I'm just tired for no reason. But I got my household package today. And we're doing this. So good things for Friday. I can't wait to drool over my household stuff even more. Oh my god. It's so pretty. It's everything I dreamed it would be. I gotta find a home for it. But found a way to emulate a Switch on your phone, which means you can enjoy the greatest eternity games ever without needing a console. Also, I just got yourself really stressed out. We're finding defend game. That's awesome. I am so happy for you. So happy. I have to find a home to make it a household. I mean, you're right, Cody. And in order to find a home for my household, I need the market to maybe just nosedive into the ground a little tiny bit, just a smidgen, so I could maybe have the hope of buying something. Maybe. Or find a rich spouse. Find someone hella rich to marry, and they'll spoil me. They've been saying it's gonna happen for like 3 years now, and it just gets worse. Find my sugar daddy. Find me a sugar daddy who isn't doing it for the sexual component. It's just my bubbly personality and conversation. For my book reviews and my ability to info dump about things like Good Omens and Supernatural and Our Flag Means Death, which on that front. So what was it? Thursday. That Vanity Fair released that article, like sneak peeking season 2 with some pictures. And I today, while I was working, I mean I started it last night, but today while I was working, rewatched season 1. So that's where we're at. Also, I kind of mentioned this, but I bought the like 7 or 8 or 9 supernatural books. I think it's 9 that I'm missing. I have like 6 of them. There's 17, okay? There's 17 supernatural novelizations. I own like 6 of them already. I ordered the like next 6 that they had. Got them on Thrift Books. Ordered those. And then the last 3, which are the most recent 3, are on like back order everywhere. So I ordered them from bookshop.org, back ordered. And so that's just more fuel to my supernatural info dump PowerPoint fire, which at this point also, it's probably not going to be a PowerPoint. It's going to be literally having a poster board that I like point to shit with, because I started to make a PowerPoint and it was mostly just pictures and it was so slow. It was too big and my computers didn't like it. Google Drive didn't like it. You want sex too bad. You want a house full of fandom merch and PowerPoints over said fandoms? You one lucky bastard. That's what I'm looking for in a significant other, is somebody who will listen to me just vomit my like Destiel obsessions. Also, I have been thinking about that fucking box set of the show on Amazon all week. I cannot. I have too many things. I gotta buy a dress for this masquerade ball, which is gonna be like $100. I gotta pay this medical bill I just got that's like almost $300. It's like $250, but I don't know what it was. Something like that. I just got my car inspected. That was money. I just had to pay my graduation package for my karate black belt shit, which was $200. I can't. It's too much. But I want it. It's $11 a season at that price. That's nothing. Student loans start back up in October, and I'm torn between saving money or just buying while I can. Yeah, I don't know what the right answer is to that. Mine, thankfully, are still halted because I'm in school, so I don't have to pay them, but the what's it called? The interest starts racking back up. I was paying them most of the time, and then I got close to that like $10,000 like forgiveness thing, and I was like, I'm just gonna wait. And then our Supreme Court, unsurprisingly, was a little bitch. Become a manic pixie dream girl to Hallmark movies and find a moody billionaire that moved to a small town during Christmas. You know, wouldn't be against it. If he just gives me like a wing of his mansion that I can just turn into a library / fandom shrine and just live there. And he just wants my sparkling personality. Make a Mystery Files episode. I have, what's it called? Like Mike's Mike. You know Mike's Mike on YouTube? If you don't know Mike's Mike on YouTube, go fucking watch him. He's so funny. He does these like deep dives into TV shows. He's done Pretty Little Liars, Gossip Girl. He's doing Lost right now. They're great. They're so much fun. He's hilarious. But that's like the in my head. I'm glad I'm young and my only responsibility is taking care of my guinea pigs, not having psychotic episodes, and getting to my classes without getting lost in my massive high school because I keep dissociating and forgetting where I'm supposed to be. I wish I was still that age. I wish I just had to worry about getting to high school. Honestly, I wish I just had to worry about getting to normal college classes. Oh, I don't. That's also been like for the past 2 weeks, the thought at the front of my brain is like, I hate working and I hate being an adult. Oh my God. And that's like that's where my brain has been for the past, honestly, for a long time, but especially the past 2 weeks. I'm like, why am I doing any of this? It's all fucking pointless and I hate it. Find Beauty and the, yes, I need to find Beauty and the Beast, Adam, the prince, and fix him. Fix him and then Perfect man doesn't even understand intimacy. Hi, Carly. Ugh, I'm glad we're all having just... He does have a name. His name is Prince Adam. Do you think I wouldn't know this, Cody? Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of those princes where you're like, you have a name? Like, what's his name? The prince from Snow White. He's just called, like, the prince, but I think his name is, like... I have to reference my PowerPoint. I'm forgetting his name. Not squad roundups. Where's my PowerPoint folder? Slideshows. That's why. Disney princes ranked by how much you want to slap them. That's what Philip, yes. But Philip is named Prince Philip, like in the movie, so. Florian. I wanted to call him Glorian. I knew that wasn't right. That's the queen from A Day of Fallen Night. Florian is the Princess Snow White. I don't like Prince Philip. We all know this, but I don't like Prince Philip. Don't like him. See if this alcohol does anything to me. Florian, yes. He is the prince from Snow White. That's his name. He's not named in the movie. He's named, I forget, like, the lore behind his naming, but it's, like, in there somewhere. Somebody called him Florian in some book, and that's, like, officially his name. So, because it's not Prince Charming. Prince Charming is Cinderella. That's just his name, is Charming. He was just like the prince. I spent a long time since I've watched Snow White. I want to do like a Disney princess marathon and just like watch all of them from oldest to newest. But that is a lot of movies. I think it's funny that people forget he and Snow White meet at the beginning of the movie. Yes. I mean, like, the movie Snow White, I'm going to say, is plot light. It's kind of about the vibes in its own way. We have to finish Twilight. We do! We need to watch New Moon. We only watched the first one. I still can get them from my library. And then we need to watch, I was telling Cody this earlier, we all should get together and watch The Decoy Bride, because, oh my god, is that movie so good. And it's got David Tennant being David Tennant. Oh, I love that man. And Puss in Boots and Nimona. The what? It's The Decoy Bride. It's got David Tennant and the girl who plays Merida, whose name I don't know. But David Tennant is getting married to this, like, celebrity model lady. Like, blonde, beautiful, okay. And Merida lives on this, like, tiny island in Ireland. I think she just moved home. She either just moved home to be with, like, her parents, or, like, she's just, like, that person who has no prospects. I'm a burden to my family, and I'm frightened. And she just lives in this tiny, tiny town in Ireland on this, like, island. And so David Tennant and his fiance come to the island to get married. And because they're, like, celebrities... Oh, yeah, he's a writer. That's the other thing. He's a writer, and he wrote a guidebook for this island, even though he's, like, never been there. Or something like that. Or he wrote a fiction novel, and it takes place on this island. So people don't like him on the island. But his like, wife is, like... Or his fiance is, like, obsessed with it because she fell in love with him through this book. And so they're going to get married on this island. But there's, like, paparazzi following them everywhere. So Merida is, like, hired to be the decoy bride and, like, pretend to be his bride in places so she can, like, have some peace. And hijinks ensue. It's a rom-com. It's very funny. It's very good. It's got, like, 23% on Rotten Tomatoes, but it's a great time. I love that movie. Excuse me? Virus protection. Go away. You sold me at David Tennant. Oh, God, where'd it go? But if it's got Antonio Banderas as well, I'm so that I don't think it does. Does it? Did you look this up on IMDb? And I just been so long since I've seen this movie. I don't think Antonio Banderas is in it, but he might be. The Decoy Bride. Oh. Okay. I understand what you're saying. Kelly MacDonald, she's Merida. Alice Eve plays the fiance. Michael Urie. Sally Phillips, if you know her, she's like a big British... she's in a lot of things. Big British person is what I almost said there. I don't know. It's a great time. Anyway, maybe I should get started on this game. I could talk about David Tennant for hours, but it's going to morph into me talking about Good Omens. And I don't want to give any spoilers of any kind. Season 2 has rotted my brain away, to the surprise of no one, probably. An amazing show. I'm ready. I know, I will not be spoiling Season 2. I promise, Cody. Season 1 was so good. And it's like the book, but it's also not like the book. Like, they changed it in subtle but great ways. Like, oh my god. And, like, apparently Season 3 will be, like, the sequel that Neil Gaiman and Terry Pratchett were going to write. And, like, Season 1 is, like, Season 2 is, like, the bridge between them. I only read the books because your autism makes it hard for you to watch adaptations. Fair enough. I completely understand that. I think that, because I love the book too. I think Good Omens it's like one of my favorite books. It's gonna be one of those like I reread probably like every year or two. But they like tweak it in the best ways. And in ways that like make sense. I don't know. It's a romance and it's great. It is unsubtly a romance. Alright. We are on the very last... Yes, please start from save data. What am I doing? The very last part of this first game. It's probably going to be really long, but that's okay. And then we're going to play Palia. It's going to be great. Oh, it's the box. I forgot about the box. So this is the article in question, is it? Jumping into these voices out of nowhere is going to be real bad for me. The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. Begilded 2 months ago. Alright, recap. From what I remember. What happened? I don't remember. We figured that we're not allowed to use our blood evidence anymore. They said that's not admissible in court. We figured out that Eggman was there and got shot, but he like doesn't, he's like here now and testifying, and he doesn't want to it's there's so much happening. I'm so confused. Gina admitted that she lied during the McGilded case because he was coercing her. Seeing Crowley become a redhead when it first came out made me cry because I could have sworn he was brunette. That's one of the things I don't mind so much. I don't remember what he is in the book, though. I don't know if they give him a hair color in the book. That's also part of it. At first, I was like, David Tennant is a redhead? A little weird. And then it grew on me, and now I love it. So, and on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Is it a music box? Good gracious, this isn't an ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Let's play it. I want to hear it. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc. Deposited at Windibanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake, are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc? I'm like cutting that word short. I'm saying like Bach. Music box disc to Mr. McGilded. I think the words box and disc next to each other they're bad in my mouth and I don't like them. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Oh God. Oh, what is his voice? It's like bad Boston, New York accent. I'm walking here. Wait, my lord. That's it. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to this case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Is it like Morse code? It's gotta be Morse code. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's definitely Morse code. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. I hate his jazzy little dance. I know you love it, Izzy, but I hate his jazzy little dance. Makes me so mad. With much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. It's Morse code. Y'all, I don't know Morse code, but I could recognize that. You ready to move on, counsel? No. Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it has any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, and he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just a fun little rhythm. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. That smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on people react to what you say? You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is, yet.
Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. It's Morse code. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one in this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, is all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now, tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. All the dots and dashes. The evidence explains the true nature of the box is... Oh God. Do I have something? Oh God. What do I have? It's not that. Well, the one juror is constantly doing Morse code. I thought I was gonna get to do something like that. Today's paper. Oh, it's definitely this. It's definitely, almost certainly. Intercepted, that's the question. Are you looking for a new career? Yeah, it's definitely this. It's this. Okay. I've examined this already, so okay. Today's paper, counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pig Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your case. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level understanding. He's the mole! Egg Boy is the mole. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever's the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Actually, the guy in white, the witness, he introduced himself to us as Egbert. Or Eggert. It was like Eggert Benedict was what he introduced himself to us as, even though that's not his name. And so I just keep calling him Egg Boy, because I don't like him.
That's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machines as you tap. I believe it's called Morse code.
But I don't believe it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. How could you not love him? He's pretty and sad and dramatic and isn't a massive red flag. He's like Izzy Fate. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? You already have Dean Winchester at home! Cody, you're right. That does every single one of those things describes Dean Winchester. Stop! I'm called out. I don't like being on the other end. Please, everyone, but this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night, 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill had perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. You've never seen Supernatural? So Ashley just to be able to do high treason for fun because he's pathetic and gay and he has trauma. I am a Supernatural obsessed girly, so that's a fun fact about me. That was my formative teenage years show. But if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night, because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? All of the above, but extremely not gay. Carly. I mean, in my heart, he's a bisexual icon. But Jensen Ackles had to make the most homophobic face. You're a Percy Jackson fanboy? Yeah, I'm ready to be back in my Percy Jackson era when this show gets released. You think that I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? The day before your birthday? What a good birthday present. Did they use that meme to announce the mugshot? I haven't been on Tumblr either, but somebody must have. He's like how a lot of folks who Taylor Swift super straight but want them to be icon so badly. Oh. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. Please check, Cody. Please check and come back to us. I haven't been on Tumblr in a hot minute. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. Testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Sometimes I fucking hate Van Seeks, and sometimes in like moments like this, I'm like, all right, he's actually kind of decent. Like, he's not like he wants. Oh God. Oh, gotta open it. I'll open it on my phone. Let me put it in my sending myself shit Discord server I made for myself, so I could just send myself shit. Oh God, there it is. Oh no. I can't handle Misha Collins' face in that picture. That was so fast. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker Mr. Windibank. That being a most litigious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Oh.
You gotta let us have a rabbit and a pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Nas Skokin. Occupation is professional baddie. I have to do this with my hand when I'm doing their voices. Name's Ringo Skokin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
Oh.
That's right, we're what they call the Three Skokin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Professional baddies.
I do kind of love them. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. Was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Is it your dad? Is it your dad?
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like we were told to do. If we'd known there was doggy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Dodgy, not doggy.
Dodgy. Government secrets.
Mr. or Mr. Skulkin?
One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, that you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
We did, Gov, we did.
Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? Skulkins aren't real friends. I would sell government secrets if my friends asked me to, and I would execute them on you. I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. All right. What do I have in I don't know what I even have in my inventory anymore. My armband. The pawnbroker's ticket. For the box. Gina's, okay, paperwork. The blood samples that we're not allowed to use anymore. The Hounds of Baskerville. Can I, like, read this? Can't find anything out of place. The Hound of Baskervilles.
That's right. I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it.
No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title? Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something?
Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos.
I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. Is he your friend? Wink, wink. No, because you're heartbroken over, your real boyfriend. The coat ticket. McGilded's notes. A paper. The autopsy report. Okay. Floor plan. The 2 guns. I hit the wrong button again. Photograph of Gina. The photograph after the shooting, the scope, the dot box, the pouch, the bullet. Okay. I'm just gonna start pressing things. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5? We regular communications officers, station officers, aren't as lowly as you're led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Thank you, juror number 5. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. Oh, God. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important internal communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. I know, Cody. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. I'm gonna re-up my drink in a minute. Besides, the sounds produced aren't even Morse code. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Oh, I'm gonna take this off my hair. Look at my Halloween ghost hair clip. It glows in the dark. It scared me when I first got it, and it was sitting on my my dresser, and I went to bed, and I was like, what the fuck is that on my dresser? It was this glowing in the dark. Ow. I'm hot. It's toasty in here, and I'm gonna complain about it. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. I understand the basics. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining these two in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. He's not seeing she's there. You really shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Why'd you want it so bad, huh? Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I am well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Would better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? I don't know. Okay. What's this? Oh.
What is it, Bruno?
I just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
You're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes.
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Alright. Got it. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing to do. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Stop the music right there. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Thank you, sir. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. They haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo.
Will do. What if I'm bringing burgers? Sorry. I will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay. Low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded. Was it not of no relation? All we done is break into the gaff the other night is what we told. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me, though. He was just popping over. Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years. But the rudder had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash?
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Oh. Yeah, my man? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What, who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days is all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, you wouldn't even know Adam and Eve. But when we was younger, he was a poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with some smart ideas that rot with, like, what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? There was a corker, eh?
I don't know what my voice is doing anymore. Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oh, I think he's asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brothers' last sentimental statement could hold vital information related to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin'.
I don't know, I have to, do a hand motion for them.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Those were the days.
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but What exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model, the business name, leave it. I think the name? Because who is the second person? Or second name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved? Ugh. Ugh, ow.
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought a clever cogs like you would have worked that one out. That is...
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because
it weren't the happiest of homes where that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, you see. But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. Oh my god, wait. Oh my god, I was right. I was right. Personal profile has been updated to the court record. Oh my god, we're going back to that one statement. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago, and at the Windibank, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus Mr. McGill did.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brick builder, who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
Yep, I know, but Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. No, it doesn't. Alright, while you reminisce on that, I'm gonna re-up this beverage. Make it nice and strong. Where did I put the lid? There it is. Gotta open another can of pineapple juice. Open another can of pineapple juice, because that's all we have in the house. 2 shots of Malibu. I don't know how much that was, but it was definitely more than 2 shots. But I need to put it in before the rest of this ice melts. I didn't shake it first. Oh well.
Okay.
I will be presenting... Thank you, Susato. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded... Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Ashley, I am your father. I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and sending it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme by using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. The intruder in the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon? Do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? 2 days ago. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Yeah, everybody else is like, sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago. We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. Oh, Sholmes. He looks so sad in that picture. Sorry, that just struck me. Struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide is a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslums thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there at Windibank's that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilted. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Well, obviously he didn't shoot himself in the back. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank that night is you. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You're just gonna tell bold-faced lies. You see. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor, defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? Lying through your teeth. That's what you're about to do. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware the implications here. If it is shown your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Excuse me. This dude's pulling a fucking red white. Yes, he is. But I must ask you to forgive your formal testimony. Forgive? To give. Once more, you will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Nothing would give me greater pleasure than punching you in your pretty little face. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Was not a black coat. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. There was no blood splatter on her. Or maybe it is a black coat. And there is blood splatter, but it's old. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Why would you do that? Are you stupid? Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Yeah, and it's a lie. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Good God, he's an awful liar. Yeah, he is. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Liar, pants on fire. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now, as an act of self-preservation. Now, the truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. As I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. We just showed you a technique. So here's to true science, not some amateur detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Ryu.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
It's Mason's blood. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Oh, once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Alright, let's just press everything. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carried a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun in the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you sat upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Doing his voice is hurting me. Giving me a headache. I'm so glad this is the last part of this case.
Sorry, Gov.
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Excuse me. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
And I pulled me gun on him. He tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered through the door out back.
At which point, what did you do? You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it, about head height, to let you see what's in there from outside.
Actually, I should know about that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. What about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. Do you have that gun? Asshole, you said you took it. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. She's 17, she didn't have a fucking gun. But no other gun was found at the scene. Ha ha ha. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. After I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, at first, and then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. It was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Saw the blood spatter all over. Oh, no. Go back. All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains were invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. As if they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Ow, my knee just popped. Then she tossed the gun, and I picked it up, and blah, 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 blah. I'm lying out of my teeth. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. Fancy doesn't believe that bullshit. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clean-up to my lackeys and left. Clear up.
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc was with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You were like a bull at a... You little toe rag! Oh my God! Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. Do you realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin?
Blimey, this D's a bit of an ooglin, ain't he? This D's a bit of ooglin. Ain't he?
What does that mean? What was going on just now?
You saw him, he grabbed me, Whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got to down the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I could be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blame me. See, the way he's looking at me, I'm telling you, this gives me the willies.
This is a bad combination of accents to be doing back to back. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He normally wouldn't grab someone and call them a tow rag.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. At all. He's normally all sweet and light no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Okay. My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. Explain yourself, officer. Oh my god, I'm losing all the voices. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Goodness me! No, it's Mr. Mason's blood.
See, what did I tell you?
No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nepalese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? Did I also not, at the end there, say, I don't know that you're innocent? And yet, now that man is dead, you brand him as a murderer, now that that man is dead. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was...
Call it bally disgrace. Treachery is what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out.
It can't be done.
I mean, it could, but now it could. We use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated... Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? Rachel dealt Porosky to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Okay, my man. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. No, it does not, bitch. How do you arrive at such conclusions, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. Where's your heckin' third gun? Exactly! You took it! Where the fuck is it? That is the whole truth. It's not, Ryu. It's okay. My lord. Been a long battle. This... Oh, God. What? I just did his voice. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. No. Ready, men, all for one now.
Guilty.
Oh, my God.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. They couldn't have put it on his lips. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Ugh. Ugh. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling at me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Who is this? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. Occurred to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Is it Herlock? Is it actually? Am I going mad? He's wearing a fake mustache. Look at that! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Look at his sassy little pose! Oh my god! What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well as I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Oh, I love him. Now, my lord, if you will humour me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Please, forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Usato. From Miss Usato? If possible, matters were to be settled without giving me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Usato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. In that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Suzaru-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Ah, I don't remember what this machine is. Oh. Oh yeah, it makes holes in things?
Look, I used this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flap-o-mat. I can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Yeah, what is Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering.
But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Why does she think that? She's the best. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made me use this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Did she make the viewing window? Susato-yan used this cat flap-o-mat that night, but why? She made the window! She made the window. Oh my god. Yeah, throw your fucking glass. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? She made the window. She made the peephole. Whatever the fuck it's called. Sholmes, please go lay down. I'm grateful for you all affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Further cross-examination, I think? Yeah. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Now I know it's him. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. This is procedure. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony. to present in support of your argument. A single chance to present evidence? In following that, the situation remains unchanged. I shall move to adjudication, whatever that word is. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. I love it every time he does that. It never gets old. No. Mr. Sholmes. Are we gonna see him on the floor? Keep zooming. Keep zooming. Keep zooming. Keep zooming. Keep zooming. No, cowards. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. Okay, so Susato made the flap in the door. So we have to present that to something about the flap in the door. Won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Okay. No. Through the counter, no. Pursued, but he shot himself in the... I can see him through the peephole in the door, okay? Just making sure. Accused in a black coat, shot the man, saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl, then tossed the gun out of the peephole. Okay, we have two different peephole mentions. She couldn't have tossed the gun out of the peephole, and he couldn't have seen it through the peephole. I'm gonna go with this one, because it's the first one. Do I need to examine this first and, like... Ugh. Oh, there's just, like, nothing to examine. Okay. We're just gonna present it. I'm hitting R. Am I clicked out of the game? What happened? What is this? Oh my god. I don't know what my computer was doing. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flap-o-matic, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you could think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without having their owners. Well, I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
Oh!
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the three of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. I'm going to go look at something really quick. There ain't no peephole in that door. There ain't no peephole in that door. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else would I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
All right. It's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom. Until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism.
For what I humbly apologize, my lord.
For which?
It was in the few minutes after I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Is there any credence in this revelation?
The picture. None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, Kiwi, come for dinner. Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. Yes, it does. And there's no way you can prove that it was. Yes, I can.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flap of my cat flap-o-mat are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. Old Silky's lost her words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I fear. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands the proof for your answer. I have it. I got photographs.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident. using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her naive land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. No, I have proof. Ryu, chill out. We got proof. It's okay. That's so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel,
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Yes, she is. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof the peephole in the door was created after the event and not before. I have that for you. This photograph. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikatoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. I was texting. Oh. Concrete collected berries for me. Thank you, Concrete. There's no proof in this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defendant's broker, or the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This is really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is devoid of any peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Time for him to lose it. Get out of here, liar pants. I am satisfied with the defense that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. Witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good Lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no more proof than this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. No, you're not. Oh, please. She's not here, so suck it. Exactly. She's on a boat in the ocean. I don't think she can, answer to your shit. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted.
Isn't that
right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, Not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. How did she know it got splashed with blood? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the third gun, the bloodstain, the peephole, the bloodstains, and the coat. I mean, it's both of these, but specifically, I'm gonna go with the bloodstains and the coat. I hope that's right. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood spattered all over her when she was shot. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom? What? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? I do like this judge a lot. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles. My lads have thoroughly examined them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we could get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Gregson. My man. Was it you? Did you do this? Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you have just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Grayson claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime to facilitate false testimony? Gregson, what are you doing, my man? What are you doing? The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Considering the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours, we learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Feet are freezing cold, but my torso was hot. We're just gonna sit like a crazy person. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Yeah, but you were, like, huddled talking in the middle of one of the fucking things. Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Don't do that. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand where the illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. No, they were in full discussion in the middle of one of the cross-examinations.
Oh, I just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsels? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. It's becoming clear that jumping in with the accusations in this Nepentese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof that this alleged deal... No. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. The music disc? The second disc?
Runo, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal made with the witness? Yeah, you. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice?
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the sound of the second disc that contained those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the discs for details of the case.
You little...
I love that he's standing on a box. I'll never get over that. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine. It's mine.
That was not quite her voice, but...
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has been to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in stealing government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene with the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these 2 men. They're idiots. They're so stupid. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say... Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person. Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck the deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree with it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. Did he? Do you remember when he just started strangling the guy next to him for no reason? Do we think he maybe planted it on him? If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search someone else! Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical nippy stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects. Oh. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Oh.
Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way.
Is it? Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits its next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? Nash. Nash and I are the same age. Good lord. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never.
Me? Him?
I love that he pointed at him. Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Zeeks.
I have no idea what forces are at play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out.
Because you got it planted on you.
Ah!
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc.
I didn't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. It is not Inspector... Is it not Inspector Gregson? No, it is not. That poor fish and chips.
Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, was struck.
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort.
While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Sculpin by the coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle and it started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we headed down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. Me head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig. He hid it. You. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. Do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
Hush-hush. A top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc that you acquired from the witness.
Does that mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you and Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you in this alleged deal?
He's going to deny it. Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has some uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective, all of it is
this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. Oh my god. Ugh. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. Sure it has. So, as members of the public in this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter of the jury to their final leanings. As a fellow servant to Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man. I'm quite sure in service one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operative. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
The detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. If they declare the decision now.
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you thus far have not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? I don't think it matters. I hate Graydon more, though. Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I don't know what evidence, though. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. On one final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. If it's about the deal, then it's gotta be the disc or the music box. I don't know, maybe do the music box this time. I don't know. They did the disc last time. Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, counsel. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well, because it's not got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc comes from the second tone needed to complete the messages. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. You go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad.
If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care if I make an enemy, who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him. This stupid shoe. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Good for him. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. Very well. Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I fear. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box, as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up! Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Easton lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon be very public indeed. Dry patch on my elbow. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest, whatever. However you would say that. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker in the night in question.
And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank. You. Oh boy. Traitor! Oh my god!
Bailiff, restrain that man! At once!
Is he? Oh my god, my boy. That's it then. It's all over. It better be fucking over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then, one day, I met him.
Fucking Twitch. Mr. Magnus McGilded. I'll pause. I'll pause for 50 seconds. Stupid Twitch. Check my email really fast. I ordered some books on Thrift Books, and they are sending them all, like, individually. Why? I'm getting 3 packages for 3 books. Why did they do this to me? So I'm getting, like, 5 packages for way more than 3 books, but... Alright. We back from the ads. Or we should be. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I can't. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. I can't do an Irish accent, and I'll never be able to do an Irish accent. All you need to do is go along with me. Little plan now. So Matilda just gets no voice. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would bury them for a handsome buy them. Why did I think that said bury? For a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crimes you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need a music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I had any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You are taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. Cody! This is the end! Everything's been solved. We're just getting the, why I did it speech. I meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seemed he'd become reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, and not yourself? You were so invested, you just wanted to thank her for making dinner. Oh, Cody. Basically, Graydon did it, and Graydon, schemed with Inspector Gregson to, find out about the peephole. It's a mess. I don't know how much you missed, otherwise I would just, recap it, but when I received the 1,000 guineas after my first complete dealing with Mr. McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. When he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Yes, you did figure that out, Cody. He planted the second disc on the brother he was choking out. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore in my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? I don't want to watch you. Does this man ever blink? Yes, okay. Just not often enough. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. What a weird ballerina, I heard you. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you are willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I burned him alive. I took matters in my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilda's death that day was caused by this man. I had a feeling.
Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
It's not too inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Maybe that is him in the... Must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. As if I'd be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGill used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus on all matters of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. At least you admit that he threatened her. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGill inside and set him in a one-way journey to hell. Wow. You're going there next, my man. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Spine-chilling account indeed. And then you were just going to let a 17-year-old girl take the fall for it? That wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with Mr. McGilded. Oh, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs. In the music box, you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man. What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery? 'Tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guinea if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Grayson? London's pawnbrokers are useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. This game has the most underhanded, sneaky people in all of the... Yeah, you're right. In all of the games so far. So I knew if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that, on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns. He must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I need to do now was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and 1 disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursions.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was processing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. The help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to Mr. McGilzid on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. "What are you doing in my shop?" A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. You sweating? No, okay. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry tale. All took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Ugh. Earlier, you called McGildet a monster. A man who uses his wealth and influence to distort facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGildet. Yes, I think I have. Intense. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we've arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. He literally killed a man and tried to frame a 17-year-old girl for it. He did, in fact, do wrong. Yes, and treason. Obviously, but secondarily. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Gavrudeb Squadron... Oh, God. Gavrudeb Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the final whistle, finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook.
Finally, Runa, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we come out on top for a while there.
Cece was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me for, like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windhamag's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort.
That wasn't the right accent.
I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jenny this evening.
Turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. Isn't that...
It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather familiar when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of 2 different tones.
What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me.
Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, me lord?
that which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, It ain't nothing I don't see most days back in the slum.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life is. Life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change it how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Woo! Jazz hands. Okay, Gina. I'm so glad I did this week and not last week because, oh my god, we're already at 3 hours. Court is adjourned. Thank God. Now we have to talk to all the characters and have... Oh. Are we going to figure out why the fuck he hates us so much and only prosecutes against us? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, I saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look in the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Are you talking about Kazuma? Excuse me? You talking about my boyfriend? You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then. I'll wait for that day, if I must. You talking about my boyfriend? Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Herlock, are you okay? It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust in someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself.
And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in Eugenia has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. Hi. Defense lawyer is only as good as the faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Kazuma. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Yeah! But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dearest fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, it was me all along, you see? You're a dork. You're such a dork. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. So great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Well, you've been having a stews in your soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, I have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's not found guilty in a trial you was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGill did, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter what'll rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure to get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, it ain't like the McGildas of the world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, you see. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give me a rest, you alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well,
There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Iris, my dear, I do apologise. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these adults didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
Hinting at a future case? Oh, be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the Judge Patter. I've got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking an endeavour and taking a bog trot of stuff with what was in lug, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offence. But diving ain't an offence. It's a job, isn't? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking of all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm going to do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Jenny. I'm sure you can do it.
Heh.
What is it?
No. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. Present carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yes? Oh. What are you doing? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh,
yes, it's good advice, Jenny.
Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Oh, honey. Thank you for everything, what you done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Cutie pie. I love her. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno, Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
All right then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
All
All right then. What's the bad news?
the huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
No, we're gonna see Susanoo. Again, thank God I did this week and not last week. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susanoo, where are you? Oh, there she is. Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something. Oh. Miss Susanoo, wait! What are you doing? What is she doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susanoo-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susanoo?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did was utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
Packages.
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I saw Bruno's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flappo-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windowbank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could be only behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flip-o-mat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in a photographic print in the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Okay? Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier,
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence to arrange false testimony to secure his freedom, made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank, even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried about the true culprit. The true culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door.
For which a peephole would have been the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. The criminal wouldn't know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
The possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police. I know. I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Susados decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susado.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied to in the witness stand, using the people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me, too, from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation in the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
It wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about government secret communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been interpreted. In cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero pipeline problem, I assume. Saw you. So... What?
But that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I said Osigi? Osigi? Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Osigi was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How did you know his name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Osigi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Usato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it.
Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become more important for international communications. What does it say? Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course.
What does it say? Why is my man's name in it? But what can this possibly mean? Whatever it is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Osigi.
Kazuma Osigi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is A Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T Guragusen.
Gregson? Gregson. Gregson. Oh my god. What seemed to bias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in the secret government communication as well?
And the last name...
What's the matter, Miss Susato?
It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Bruno are from. Oh, well... No, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumai University. You may. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. No, they did not tell her. I think their thought process is if Sholmes didn't tell her, that they're not going to be the ones to tell her. Like, which I kind of agree with. Like, I'm not going to tell this 10-year-old girl her father's dead if her guardian hasn't done that, you know?
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship's going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. BFFs for life.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
She's going back because her dad is sick.
Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript.
Ah. Oh yes, The Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Burio when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. No. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe... No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Bye. Yeah, we met her in the very first case. She, brought information into the courtroom for us. Oh, anime outro?
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, that is not how I was pronouncing it! Oop.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Susato. Look at this girl!
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
What is he doing?
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh yes, Mr. Naruhodo. I thought we were done. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently.
Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato.
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? 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 Huh?
All right, I'm perfectly happy to testify. Or it's all right. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes. Yes. A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes. I love Bruno's words. I know just the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say... Objection! I loved this game so much. It was so good. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, although it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case, and the money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
They're so cute. He looks a lot better without his... Yes, Carly. Did you see me, freak out about him in his, alternate outfit?
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly. Rarely do rare Coben coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Okay, I'm not reliving this. When we get to the main menu, I'll, see if I can switch him into his secondary costume when he's just in his vest the first time it popped up, I, went red. I was, so not expecting it. He looks so much better than he does in, his normal costume. Oh, I did must give Wagai's offering. Oh no. Man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Scientific investigations be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. This is Strongheart. He's, the head of the, judicial system. He, assigned us cases and is, the one who had us here. Hi, Gregson. The latest Rance magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Glug, glug, glug. Ha. Her ladyship puts me to shame. You made a deal with a murderer to send a 17-year-old girl to jail.
But visiting the old grind on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those batty stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. What? Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I say. Hope the gossiping neighbours don't realise the man in the house is his own maid.
Joan is in jail. As she deserves to be.
My Ratty is back in the feed again. All thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out the small change in the gutter. I'm a better bobby now. Looking out for Londoners in there, hopping at halfpennies and lovely wife.
I forget his voice.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh.
That was definitely not his voice, but in the 2 seconds, I can't think it up. Looks like I'm going to be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Oh, she's going to become Lestrade. The Lestrade. I don't want her to become a cop, but also Lieutenant Lestrade, Captain Lestrade, whatever. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. I don't know, you got your dad killed.
Give over, bruv. It ain't Ash we used to know. We got him here to plan a comeback in Milverton Skulkin's milk run, right?
3 Muscowatsits. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. These dinguses. The music in this game is so good. It's great in all the games, but the music in this game was so good. Susano.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
I swear to God, if Kazuma is the last one, oh my God! Look at them! That's the outfit, Carly! That sends me! Look at them! They're so cute! I love them so much! Oh my God! I need that picture and to make it my work background. Oh no! There's... I'm also sad, but there he is. What are we doing? Where are we going? Oh, it's just like the rest of the credits. I don't want to pause. Can we make it go faster? Mark Oda. I can't make it go faster. I mean, there he is, though. Bro, is he gonna die? Is he gonna get fucking stabbed? Oh, there's that racist woman. I love her whole outfit, but I hate her. I'm so scared. Kazuma. Okay. There's the Russian boat people. An officer, what's his face? Are we gonna go through the whole game? I can't skip through this. I can only pause. Oh, I can skip it. All right, sorry, y'all. I don't have the patience to sit through that. Finn. Check another game off my list, y'all. I got 3 left. Okay. Take me to the main menu. Look at them. I'm gonna cry. Oh my god. Oh my god, it is changing the end screens. Okay. Taylor. Japanese jumble mix. What is this? I forgot about. Okay. I did look at these earlier. Look at her! Oh my god. Anyway, okay. I couldn't. Oh, with gallery, maybe. Portraits. No. Herlock. Oh my gosh. There he is! This is the outfit, Carly. When it popped up on the screen the first time, I was so taken off guard. I was like blushing head to toe. I was like, this was the first time that I was like, oh, I get it. I get why people fawn over this man. Alright, anyway. Let's get the fuck out of here and play a little bit of Palia before I go to bed. Yes. Let's change my game. Fair, because it ain't its brain. It absolutely is not his brain. Let me log into Palia before I put the screen up. Oh my god. Gonna load, my friend. There's the Singularity 6 screen. Put in my password, and then I'll let everybody see what the fuck I'm doing. I do hate that I have to log in every single time. It is annoying. I'm always paranoid I'm gonna forget my password. Please take me to the screen. Hello? I just have a black screen right now. Hello? Let me in! I need to put a salve on my brain from the end of that game. Just need mindless farming and flying around with my newly acquired paraglider. Oh my god, I don't know why it's being so slow. I made sure to update it earlier. Oh, I'm getting sound. There we go. There we go. There we go. Also, definitely wanted to make sure I didn't show you the login screen because it shows you my email, which is my personal email. And I don't really feel like blasting that to the world. I get enough spam emails as it is. Also, if anybody wants to do multiplayer in this, let me know. I'm down. I don't really know how much multiplayer matters, but always down to try and chat. Where did I log out? Here's a good question. I think I logged out at my house, which would be the smart thing to do. Come on, buddy. I am hanging out with friends tomorrow, one of which is my friend who's like really good with computer things, and I'm gonna try to coerce him into, not coerce him, but I'm gonna finally try to schedule a time with him so he can look at my computer and fix it. So this is my plot. These are all my machines. Yes, I have glass. Let's make some light bulbs. This is my plants. Which I need to water and weed. Oh, okay. What do you mean y'all doing? Right now it's just me. Oh, tomorrow. I'm sorry. I'm losing it. My one friend got engaged a couple weeks ago, and I think most of it is like planning some engagement party things, but her engagement party's in December, so I don't really know what it is. It might just mostly just be hanging out. I don't know. They've been talking about it in our like little Facebook group chat, but I've been having a bad brain week, and group chats getting like a million notifications just like make it worse. So I've not really been paying attention or reading all of the things in said chat like very closely. So this is my house. Just all the random junk that I've gotten. There's no rhyme or reason for things. There's my award for my plot. Okay, let's see if I can... No, not friends. P. Not that either. No. Okay, maybe it is an O. Requests. I don't think I have any of those things. Do I have... Oh, wait. I have some cotton seeds, but I kind of need those. But I also need to do this stupid request thing. Okay, but how do I accept it? Oh, it's 5. So never mind. I need those. I don't know what the radioactive poop is, so... Alright, what do I need to do? 5 shells. No clue where to get those. Carrots. I'm growing those currently. I don't know where to get shells. I just got all of these, and I haven't... This is easy. Okay, I can go ask people about a list. Some ancient human document. Fabric. Do I have 2 pieces of fabric? Is it a question? No. Oh, I do. Wait, I have... Hold on. Okay, I have those at least. I think so. I think we could do requests for each other. And it would count because it's in friends. Or there's a friends tab. I don't know. I'm not gonna make you log on just to do that. I do have to figure out how to repair my pickaxe. I don't know how anything works in this game yet, even though I've done like a lot. You want to finish this Viscera map? Fair. I probably gonna go for like an hour. I don't want to go too late because I do have to run in the morning, but it's only 10:30. I'm gonna see. We'll see how long until I get frustrated or bored. Which map are you doing? I haven't played Viscera in forever. I like to think it won't take you that long, but Evil Science, okay. I think I remember what that one is. Yeah, you never know with Viscera. You think you get everything done, and then there's just like one microscopic hidden thing somewhere, and it takes 15 minutes to suss out. It is hot. I keep switching to, like, the two poles of my body are so warm. One of them is so warm, and one of them is freezing cold. And this is what the dichotomy I'm living in. What is my hair doing now? It started when I started streaming? Okay. I'm going for like 4 hours. There's like a vent right underneath this desk where my feet are. So the cold air is blowing on my feet. But then the top of me is sweaty as fuck. Which is why I keep being like, am I sweating? Miraculously, I don't seem to be. I think it's just my back. Which is probably also because I'm leaning against a non-breathable surface. This fake leather chair. You gonna load for me? Where am I going? I don't know. Okay. I have to wait for that one anyway. And I don't know how to get shells right now, so we're gonna focus on these other tasks. It's closer. I would love it if the game loaded. This is the other thing I need my friend to fix. Apparently, I have a shit graphics card, which doesn't surprise me. And he's gonna tell me what I should get instead. I don't know. He's smart. He's gonna take one look at my computer and tell me all the things I fucked up. Of that, I'm confident. I think it's extra bad because I'm streaming, but I always have a problem in the town. Like, I always lag in here. Where is he? I guess, is he in a shop? Is he actually in a shop? Yes. It would seem so. Maybe if I just don't run. Hi, Gel.
Have you come for style?
Not really, because all your mannequins are empty. And the premium things cost way too much money. Let's chat. Give me... Oh, no. Spiral shells and seaside trinkets. I'd be lost without you. I gotta read them out. I forget that maybe I should read the text out loud. That would probably be helpful and not just click through it. You know, I shouldn't gossip, but I heard from Tish that Reth has been taking on more night shifts at the inn lately. But whilst I was on one of my evening strolls, I saw him by the docks, not working. Looks like he was waiting for someone, perhaps a secret lover. Oh, I know I shouldn't gossip, but the secret was just too good to not to share. Anyway, let Tish know I'll send her the apron in the mail tomorrow. Interesting. Tish, your brother's secretly fucking someone at the dogs. Okay, I told myself I wasn't gonna run, and then I immediately forgot. Tish. I also love Tish. Tish looks like, it reminds me of Rapunzel. Some new stuff. I would love to know what you want this week. Gonna log you and bring some heartwood planks. I haven't been able to get those yet, so. Jel says your apron will be ready tomorrow. Thank you so much. Reth has been working so many late nights lately. He's been going to sleep, work half asleep. No wonder he's always losing things. I'm tempted to give Ashra a piece of my mind. I don't want to spill Reth's secret, but also I don't want her to yell at Ashura. Oh no. What should I say? It's not Ashura's fault. See, I don't know. See, Reth, I kind of love him because when I gave him that cookbook, he was like, what did he say? He was going to call me, like, Sweet Tooth? I was like, I'll call you Sweet Tooth from now on. I was like, yes, I love that. Oh, no, I want to keep a secret. Okay, I'll do just that. Anyway, thanks for the help. Do you like furniture? I make most of the pieces myself. My family comes from a long line of carpenters going back to the first council. I want to let Reth have his secrets. It's not my place to tell his sister his business. Alright. Ask around about this list. To who? Henley lost a sandwich. I need you to find it. He left it somewhere in the shade near flowers and a waterfall. Okay. Hello, mean librarian lady. If you're interested in picture books, they're over in the back. When Eloisa and I were little, we would spend hours at the beach. Oh, your sisters. She actually used to hunt oysters and eat them raw, if you can believe it. Can't stand raw oysters, too slimy. Got any books on spice sprouts? Books on foraging are under F and cooking are under C. If you're looking for magical uses of spice sprouts, get out of my library at once and turn yourself into the proper authorities. If you're looking for new releases, try going elsewhere. This library is dedicated to the works that have stood the test of time. Okay, I agree with you there. Okay, thank you, Carly. I will definitely let you know. Okay, here's a question. Where do I get shells for this dye quest? I don't know. Wait, where is... Oh, where are... Where did those two go? Wait. Cassian! Get over here! I need to talk to you. Bahari Bay? Okay. I kind of half figured that, but... I was not sure. Thank you. Please. Release me. I need to talk to my grumpy man and his dog.
Just be quick about it.
What do you want? Perhaps plant fiber would be suitable. Need something to make strings for all those makeshift bows I keep getting out. I can easily get that for you, my man. Do you know where to find I know where to get them. Why do you keep asking about spice sprouts? Did Tamala put you up to this? I can't believe she's dragging someone else into her mess. I'm going to warn you once and only once. Stay away from that foul schemer. If you're seeking surnuk, I would look for them in the meadow. They enjoy grazing in the tall grass. I will get you your present. Don't even worry, my man. I know where to get those spices. I've gotten them like a bajillion times. Okay, there's my quest markers. Pretty sure I can get them in like the field over here. I don't know, I'll find them. There you are. Hi, Hecla. I'm not. I'm here for you. Do you check in on my Gina from time to time? Oh, Gina's bugging out in the background. Unlike other Galders, I have no memory of this place was like before the thousands of years I spent in excess storage. I suppose I have to use my imagination. Perhaps this area is once a great factory devoid of the production of shiny pebbles. What do you think? A bustling city. This was a great city. Where did all the Galdors who ran it? I remind Gina to pack more clothes for her journey, but she only brought a pair of leg coverings. If we had cotton. Okay. Let me see. These are ingredients for human macarons. Ah! Macarons are quite the delicacy among Majiri because they are rare ingredients and quite difficult to make. They use rare ingredients. Remember, they were common in human times. The ancient humans have developed technologies to let them make the dessert taste just as good as using much humbler ingredients. Perhaps you should attempt the recipe yourself. As a human, you may find it easy. I know I have a week. I just kind of log in when I've been logging in like once a week. And when I remember to gift things, I just check through my list to see what I can or cannot give. And then I try to do it. I found it, where did I find it? It was in Bahari Bay, laying on the ground by like one of the walls. Like the big dividey walls. It was like on the ground on a path. Oh yeah. I think I did realize I can only gift one thing a day. I think. I don't know. Glad you stopped by. I was wondering how you were doing. I used to think it was weird that Hecla followed me around everywhere. The other apprentice scholars tease me sometimes, saying I needed a nanny. I actually sent her away for a bit, and I realized I missed having someone around that cared for me, no matter what. So what if the situation is a little unconventional? Where'd that flower go? I don't know. Where's that spice? I don't think it's over here. But I'm just gonna run through the field for a little bit. An egg. How do I get an egg? I think it might be in Buhari Bay. So I was like, you already gift someone today. My brain was like, okay, I'll wait till the morning. Okay. I gotcha. Run out of durability on my copper thingy, so this is maybe a bad idea, but when I see the resources, I like to grab them. Okay, whatever. Ow, my shoulder just popped. That hurt. It's very big. I like did not realize just how big that area was until like the last time I played. I had realized I hadn't met Tamala, whatever her name is. I hadn't met her until like recently because I just hadn't gone to that half of Bahari Bay. My God, the lag. Let's talk Ishi. Most people can afford to dawdle for too long. Smoked oyster connoisseur. Cook. Okay. I'm out on my evening patrol. Hooligans that can get away with tomfoolery just because the sun's not watching them. Joke's on them. I have my eyes open. Alright. Ooh! Listen, Ashura, I'm really sorry you're gonna get reamed out by what's-her-face. I love the valley. Every day the crickets chirp a new song. Wind blows a different smell of different flowers through the air. Life is only monotonous to those who aren't looking hard enough. So why can I only learn what some villagers want and not the other? And sometimes I can learn like what a person wants and sometimes I can't. I don't understand. You started paying to teleport? Oh. I do the like teleport home thing from Bahari Bay. Half the time I forget that I can do that. I assume it's friendship level, but I don't actually know. That's what I also assumed. But like I've given Ashra gifts before. I'm pretty sure. So like, I don't know. This isn't the place I thought I was going to, but that's okay. I'll go talk with him. Hi, Eleanor. Einar. Eleanor. Looking for a particularly energetic crab to act as a companion. Sometimes we enjoy a brief pilgrimage to the inn. Usually there's a bard in town. Find listening to songs and stories pleasing, especially of those I've already heard. Even more especially those that are new to me. No. What is this? What is this frog? Is it to like refill my watering can or something? I don't know. What does this frog want from me? Oh, there's a lot of forageables. No! Don't do that. You're not drowning. There was once a treasure chest under there. I think I got it. I do hate that this is just a path to nowhere. Just an invisible wall. I want it to go somewhere so bad. I'm sure it will eventually, but... Let's go get some shells and some spice. Are there really creatures you only see at night? Because I don't know that I've ever seen them. I only ever see the deer and the choppas. wonder if mounts are in store since there's like a bar and you can't interact with it all. Yeah, there's like a ton of stables too. Like, especially in Bahari Bay. There's like 5 stables like around the land. I mean, you can't do anything with them right now. Like, they're just little camping spots. But there must be some kind of mounts in the works. Maybe animals in general. I don't know. Oh, maybe. I saw some kind of... Hello. Some kind of infographic or tip or something. I think it was a tip. You can cook with your friends and, like, gain the benefits together. But it looked like you could invite them to your plot, and I don't know how that works. Whoa. Never seen that before. Oh god, please don't fall off. Ah! That would have been bad. I've been up here. How did I miss those daisy things? What is that? Is that like a... What is that? In the wall over there. Is it a plant? Can I climb down? Heat root. Interesting. The things I have yet to explore. Can I get up here? I can. I'll have to make a fuck ton of money on these flowers. Ping pong. Pong ping, I think was actually the name. I think the biggest thing I miss right now is an encyclopedia. Yes, I was literally just thinking that. It would be so nice to have like a little reference thing of like, oh, I found this before. It's available here. That would be really nice. For now, I'll just Google it like a pleb, but... I don't think I went to that lighthouse before. Is there anything to do there? The old lighthouse. Let's just go. We'll go check it out. There's probably nothing to do, but... Oh, there's a new animal. Oh, I don't think I have, like, any ammunition. I definitely don't have any ammunition. Oh! Yeah, I have no more. Okay. Interesting. If only I'd had ammunition. I need to buy the better recipe for the arrows. I think that's what I was, like, saving up to do. Garlic. What's up here? Hello? Anything cool happening here? Probably not. Not yet, it would seem. Wait a minute. Was there a chest up there? Or am I just delusional? There is a chest up there. Wanna climb? Okay. How do I get there? Oh, really? Ah, let me up. Let me up. Oh, this is rude. Thank you. Oh, it's floor. Hello? Anyone home? Okay. Anything behind it? Doesn't appear to be anything interesting back here. Just some flowers. Alright, let's find some seashells. Seashells by the seashore. I assume this area, maybe? At least that would be my assumption. I don't know. We're gonna look. What's that cove over there? A crab! I need that. Somebody wanted one. Where'd it go? Oh, good. What the fuck was that? Oh, there's another one. You there? Just have a backup crab. 3 backup crabs. What's in here? More shit. Am I just on the other side of the... I am. This is fine. What the fuck? I've caught 20 bugs apparently. Alright, where do I find a seashell? Is that one? Yes, it's a shell. It's coral. Somebody wanted a spiral shell or something. Ugh. We're gonna get that. People who say that they've run out of things to do in this game are insane. Let me up! Oh, fuck. Damn it. Okay. Oh, really? Ugh. I'm gonna get it. Come on. There we go. Unopened oysters. This is just what I do at the beach. Just pick up all the pretty shells. I'm just living my real life in my fantasy life. Really? Oh. Well, okay. The inventory thing isn't great. Can I get rid of these just like empty boxes? Yeah, because they're nothing. They don't count towards anything. I'm just gonna throw them away. If that's a mistake, then oh well. But I have like so many of them right now. And I just stack them up places. Really, I just want more seashells. If I can find any. I should just go back the way I came because I really didn't explore over there much. Yeah. Back through that crevice. Explore the beach more on that side. Getting a good haul of stuff. Alright. I think I have whoever it is shells. Like plenty of them. And then somebody else wanted shells. Don't know where to get an egg. Okay, I have this. And then who wanted? Eleanor wants a crab. Eloisa wants an unopened oyster. And then she wants a grilled oyster. Plant fiber. I should maybe write these down. That would maybe be the smart thing to do. Cotton seeds. Alright, I'm gonna write this down. What did I do with my fucking pen? Here it is. Post-it note. Let's go back to the top. Should have been doing this from the beginning. Eleanor. Einar. Oh my god, I'm really calling him the wrong name. Over and over again. This pen. So annoying. It is. I should get it in my head though, because Einar, there's like a, I think there's a race of creatures in Taz Ether Sea called Einars. No, they're Brinars, but it's close enough. Eloisa, this is hard to write in the dark. This pen, oh my god. The like insert keeps like pushing into the pen, so like I have barely any surface to like write with. Ugh, I don't know what to do to fix it. It's super cute, but it's really annoying. Halcyon wants plant fiber. Which I'm happy to oblige. Gina. Cotton seeds. I think that's everybody I talked to. I don't think I talked to anybody else. Oh. Tish wants a shell or a heartwood plank. Well, Tish is getting a shell. I'm not close to friendship level 2 with him. I need to get on it. Alright. I'm going to do that. Oh. Hanging out in the void with my mailbox. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Start here. Things to keep. Heart root. Heat root. I mean, that goes there. I need one of these. I need to figure out what... Oh, that was just fish, wasn't it? I opened up the, like, community center equivalent. But I don't remember what the fuck is in it. Need that. Need one of these. Oh no, I need all of those. Wait, give those back. Need these. Put that there. It was like mostly fish, and I have not been fishing. So like, it was not something I was thinking about. I should just like Google it. Palia bundles. Vault of the Waves. I think that's the only one that's available right now. Is this water bundle. Garden Mantis, Vampire Crab, Mutated Angler, Void Ray, Green Pearl, Sushi, Trout Dinner, Giant Fish, Enchanted Pulpfish, Simmerfish. Okay, I don't have them. So we're gonna sell these bugs. Okay, now unopened oyster, check. Grilled oyster, I just thought I had one laying around here, check. Plant fiber, check. Cotton seeds, check. And a shell, check. Okay, that's everybody. For now. Oh, and I have plenty of spice sprouts for that quest. Okay. I don't know how to get eggs. I'm sure it's just something I'm missing. It's 4 a.m., but whatever. We're going to go venture into the world. See who we can find, who we can talk to, who we can gift things to. I might prefer to buy it from Farmer Man. Now that I'm thinking about it. I need Hacian so I can buy my arrows. Arrowheads, I mean. Assuming I haven't done it already and I've just forgotten. Which is a distinct possibility. You'd assume there's another way, I guess, but maybe can't assume. I assume there is. Like, I'm sure there's a forageable somewhere. But I don't know where. I have not encountered them at all, to my knowledge. Unless I was gifted them. I did buy a bunch of recipes from Soup Boy. I don't know. I don't know where that came from. Why I was thinking about that. My brain went like 4 places at once. And then that's the words that I said out of my mouth. Is I bought some recipes from Soup Boy.
Palia is everyone's home.
Overall, I'm very much enjoying this game. It is like a nice, fun, cozy, turn my brain off and do cozy game tasks kind of game. The loading times are a little ridiculous sometimes, but that's okay. It's in beta. But I like the way everything looks. I like the characters a lot. I'm slowly learning the mechanics. Yeah, the multiplayer is maybe not super necessary. I haven't really needed to do it at all. Hi, you. What are you doing out here all by your lonesome? Hi, puppy. Boof, boof, boof. A woof. Arf? Woof, woof. Looks content just talking to me. I'm content talking to you. I'm gonna marry your owner. Mark my words. That's a threat and a promise. I'm gonna turn him into a soft man. Yeah, I am curious about the event. Hi, Jell. Can we... hello? I did press F, I promise y'all. Artist's work is never done, but perhaps conversing with you shall give me some much-needed inspiration. Have you heard of Umbran Carp? Sounds quite the fascinating creature. I'd like to see one for myself. Want to know the secret for the perfume I use in my store? It's stink bug musk. Yeah, I know musk may seem unpleasant at first, but when combined with wild roses, the scent becomes intoxicating. The shell's needed for my diet, thank you so much. With this act, you have become a true patron of the arts. One day, may prove worthy of your patronage. Where did you leave the scissors? Alright. Let's go talk to you, because you're right here. Let me give you your crab friend. Crab. What a delightful little creature. I particularly enjoy the way it scuttles to and fro. There are many ways to get other insects for bait. You can purchase them from the shop or find them in the woods or even build your own worm farm. I think I did buy that recipe. Personally, I suggest the latter, as worms not only make great bait, but they have other excellent uses. You may keep them as pets or wear them as hats and other sort of adornments. At least that's what I do. Okay. Check him off the list. Alright, who's next? You're sleeping, you're there. I mean, let me just go talk to Kenley. See if he wants anything interesting from me. Mr. Mayor. Oh, I can't climb your little walls. You think you're gonna keep me out? Oh, this is the worst. Let me in! I think I went the long way around. God dang it. I definitely went the long way around. Okay. Down here. Yeah. I have not found your sandwich yet. I'll get there. I promise. Swap with paperwork. Grilled oyster. Well, I'm not giving you the one for your wife. Eshi, or however your name is pronounced. Is that a chest? Oh my god. How many times have I been back here and I never picked that up? I don't know how to pronounce half of the people's names in this game, so like forgive me. Those are delicious, not quite as good as the ones my former cook used to make. Yes, these are quite chewy and just with perfect texture. But I suppose beggars can't be choosers. I admire Joel's commitment to his family's craft. His style is a bit out there for me. I only buy from Mother Benkira in Bahari. It's the only place to get a true Omitada masterpiece. Alright, who else? Oh, Tish, where are you going? Come on. Tish. Wow, you really glided over that fence. Just thinking about you. You're adorable. Really sweet. Thought of me, but I'll have to... Okay, let me try again. That's the one I want. Wow, you've been window shopping for something like this for months. Can't believe you finally gave it to me. I get the feeling you're the water type personality. Why? Because Gina's a water type and you two are pretty similar. Okay, bye. Okay. Now who? Nope. Okay. Tish done. Eshi done. Alright. Let me just go talk to Kenyatta. Why not? You're here. Kenyatta. Mom's in a bad mood today. Steer clear. Having Auni sneak me a series of scandalous true crime newsletters in the mail. Did you know there's a killer loose in the capital? 10 noble women my age have gone missing so far. My mother hates it when I eat garlic. She says it makes everything stink. So naturally, I really crave garlic today. I guess I don't have any in my inventory. Nope. Okay. Who wants things and is here? Nobody. Gina, Hassian, Kenley. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go talk to Ashra. I'm gonna go spend my magic coin. Lucky coin. I usually pick fire type answers. Gina's like, you're a bit too much. Oh. I think I tend to pick water type answers. That is accurate. Where is he? Is he outside? Is he behind? Oh, I didn't know I could go in here. Where is he? Oh, is he upstairs? That might be it. Oh, hello. Not the best form, but that's okay. Just getting my morning exercise. Okay. I'm just not allowed to gift this man anything, apparently. Hi, Auni. Auni. Sorry, delivered your mail. Do you know some oysters have pearls inside? They sure do. They come in all sorts of colors. Look for a pink one to go to my mom. Oysters surprise my mom with.
See ya.
Wait. No, because I have to give this oyster to Eloisa. Cooking oil. Fun. Okay. Alright, let's just go follow Eloisa. As she looks for cryptids, I assume. How's your day going? Thrilling, I hope. If you find any cursed artifacts lying around, let me know. I'm an avid collector. What could this be? Have we stumbled upon a new conspiracy? Oh, I must examine this finding in further detail. Has to be some reason why it was here. Too in the know. Good to see you again. I'm still unsure whether Auni is a cryptid, but during our examination, he told me that the two of you have been doing some bug catching together. Is that important? Yes, I have a new theory. One so wild, I'm going to need a ton of proof to convince the others. Creatures we and Auni call bugs may actually be travelers from another dimension. Another dimension? That makes sense to me. What do they want with us? What makes you think that? What makes you think that? I do not think, I theorize. Like any good theory, we have to prove it with science. I'm going to try to find some bugs to study a bit later. We should split up to find a few. See a proud-horned stag beetle, let me know. I believe they're actually tiny surnuk who have been warped by a terrible spell. Collect 4 uncommon bugs. Okay. I gave her her oyster. Now I need Hassian, Gina, and Kenley. Okay, there's Hecla. Oh, there's Hassian. Okay, he's here. That's okay. I'm closer to these guys. I'll go do this quickly, and I'll go find my boyfriend. Find my man. Oh, really? What a thoughtful gift. Hecla must have told you my clothes use of patching, huh? It's kind of weird sometimes that Hecla sees taking care of me as her oneness. She was made for the purpose of taking care of human children. She saw me and I guess her wires just got kind of crossed. How may I attend to your needs? Gina's fan of consuming fungi. Let me know if you spot some so I can prepare her dinner. Absorbed with her work at the moment. Must admit, I hope you'll provide a pleasing distraction. Being too obsessed with your work is not good for mental health. Okay. Hassian. I'm coming. I would say I'm the opposite of obsessed with my work. And if you want to request anything specific, once I talk to him, I'll go back to my home plot, and then we can do the thing. I can also check if anybody else has a more reasonable request. There he is, just standing in a field. Hello, you. No. Probably prefers to be out in nature, as do I. Admiring my bow, are you? My mother makes the finest blades and bows this side of the Kilima Mountains. I'm lucky that what she lacks in maternal instinct, she makes up for in professional talent. Surprisingly useful and appreciate the thought. Oh, I do own. I need hunting level 4. Okay, so I just need to make a bunch of normal arrows, I guess. And hunt a bunch. He'll like me if I murder innocent creatures more than I already have been. Also, I have no idea what eating things and focus actually does. Like, I have no idea. Okay. There was like a little tidbit that got thrown in that made me feel less bad about the hunting. Was that basically the like choppas, the little like squirrel beaver things, are invasive? So it's not so bad killing. I don't feel so bad killing them. I do a little bit, but also I want to make money. Mail. Gel. Dear Ashes, as a patron of the arts, I feel it's my duty to help you decorate your new abode. After all, no place is complete without a little drama, and this piece is sure to get your guests talking. It looks so pretty. Oh my god. Thank you, Jill. Oh my god, look at this! Gorge. Okay. Oh, I can make the thing that I thought I wanted to make. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. This is what I thought I was going to buy from him. Alright, let's do that. Alright. Now, really quick. Leather. I need to make more leather, which is why I need to go hunting. Cycle. Okay. I've been live for 5 hours. Oh, how time flies. I'll finish up in a bit. What's the... There's Carly. Invite to party. Invite player to server. I can do the ceramic bars and the copper bars. I have those. Ceramic. Copper. I have so many. Okay. Okay, things just like switch out. Plant fiber. I have lots of that too. I'll just throw a bunch of random bits and bobs in my inventory. Oh, that was a lot of plant fiber. Okay. Well, that's a couple at least. I mean, if you want to request something, I don't know. Do you want a table? I mean, I have a lot of random things. What is that? Oh, okay. Let me just harvest this to make it shut up. Because it's annoying me. Whew, okay. Another one of these fucking chests. Somebody wanted fabric? Spice sprout and sweet leaf. I have those things. There's spice sprouts. Okay. Oh. Is that it? I think that was everything I needed. I think. No, I need one more. One more thing. If you want to request literally anything, this is what I have. Want some lettuce soup? Or some wheat? Carrots? Cotton? Some milk? No, I think I need that milk for a recipe. Smoke candles. I also have like, I think I have some like leather in here too. Spare stone, like rocks. Where is it? Like, oh god, that's not like regular stone. I have 45. You can have as many as you'd like. Okay. Beautiful. Thank you. You can have as much rock as you'd like. Okay. Who is Kenley? I totally forget who that is. Oh, that was the mayor. I'm losing my mind. Okay. Okay, I have like a bunch of things I could turn in. So let me do those really fast. And then I'll call it for the day. Craft and place a stove on your plot. Craft and... Oh. Let me do this really fast. Understood. Dishes, use other stations. Okay. Choose a dish from the stove and hit make. Making dishes requires prepping ingredients at other stations. Once all the ingredients are in, a final stir will finish the soup. Any spice, any vegetable. You don't have the ingredients to finish this. What am I missing? No? Oh, I just don't have any mushrooms. Okay, I'll do that later. I don't care about that right now. I'm gonna go do these. Oh, that's what happened. I thought there was a third one I could do. Alright, let me do these. Then I'll go to bed. Let me set an alarm on my phone right now, because I'll forget. Otherwise, I'll miss. I probably won't miss the team run, but I'll probably get really close to it. It's like the last one before our final run. Because next weekend we don't have one. A final run in 2 weeks or however long it is. It's at 1:30 in the afternoon. Why did he schedule it then? I don't understand. He's closer. He's closer. Oh, I can't climb the walls of the town. What is that noise?
Oh, hey, just a sec.
Hi, Nio. It's good to see you. Don't get any guests out on the farm. Brought the carrots. You're a lifesaver. I actually have an appointment with Ken Lee right now. Yeah, Ken Lee, our mayor. The mayor, we're going to talk about paperwork. I can't cancel, not if the last time I had to miss our paperwork. I'd really appreciate it if you could bring these to Reth for me. I was still in the fields and my hoe broke in half. If I had a stone brick. I'm going on these big adventures when I'm fine here on the farm with the Ormus and the Peckies. Okay. He's got paperwork. Didn't sound suspicious at all, Nio. Where is he? I think he's in here. Making lettuce soup.
You can never go wrong with soup.
I knew you'd be back to see me. I tend to have that effect on people. Carrot delivery. Loverboy's too busy to deliver these himself. Nayo and Kenyatta have been sneaking around for ages. Pretty sure that it's about as secret as Hacien's poetry. Hacien writes poetry? I better not say more. Anyway, thanks for the carrots. Coincidentally, I think the daily special is going to be carrot soup tomorrow. Ashura retires every night with a mug of sweet tea leaf. Don't tell him I told you, but the guy's sweet tooth is worse than Aunie's. And about spice sprouts. I'm going to spice things up in the kitchen. Sometimes I use spice sprouts to give my food a little extra kick. Usually find them in the woods if you look hard enough. I'm really looking forward to the end of the shift. I have a recipe I want to try, but I left the ingredients at home. Good talk. Okay, return to the boy. He's right there. He should be in the Sifu! Let's chat. Howdy. I'm gonna marry your son. My arms are getting tired. Thank the dragon, it's almost quitting time. Any spare bricks lying around, I could always use them. Punch the dust on my bare hands. Stop by the farm sometime. Delivery compete. Thank you for this. I know I shouldn't be giving all our carrots out, but it makes Sugarfoot so happy. Why didn't you tell me about Kenyatta? I can't believe Reth told you about that. I can't believe he knew. How do you figure it out? Does he have, like, spies posted at the stables or something? Look, I don't really mind people knowing. I'm proud of Kenyatta. But if her mom found out she was dating outside of her family's path, things would get messier than a raging riffraff at a rodeo. I should probably tell you that I didn't have paperwork for Kenley today either. Me and Kenyatta were supposed to meet up. I didn't want to let her down. Really saved my hide with these carrots. I thought Kenyatta and him were both dateable characters. Are they not? I thought they were both romance options. Do we break them up? Or is it like a throuple situation? Hi, Hacian. Tao prefers to be out in nature, so do I. You don't want to talk to me? I assume I just talked to you. Is it like a throuple? Where am I going? There. Or is it that I break up with them? I feel different ways about different things. Maybe one or the other just falls for you? I've proven my generosity. People around town have told me you've been delighted by your gifts. Helping others and giving presents are how proper Palians express friendship and gratitude. Look, I've done all 3 tests. Indeed you have. Much to my surprise, you seem to be settling to village life like a proper Palian. I'm glad to see I didn't make a mistake by accepting you into the village. Not that I'm capable of such things. So I'm in? Not so fast. Before you're accepted as a full member of the community, you'll need to find something we call a shep, an established adult willing to guide you in your ways, accept you as an honorary family member. This process requires a strong bond that isn't a responsibility anyone takes lightly. After you have found this person, return to me and we can schedule your acceptance ceremony. Okay, find a ship. No, I don't want you as my ship, but thank you so much for the option. Alright, now I'm gonna go to Bahari Bay. I'll chat with Gina really fast, maybe, if the game lets me. Oh! Will you be my ship? I don't think I can handle that right now. I have just so much to do, maybe later. That's okay, sweetheart. I don't know what level I need to be with somebody to be a ship, but I'll figure it out. Will Hacian be my ship? Anyway. No, I want Hacian to be my husband. Oh, Carly, I, through last night and today, rewatched all of season 1 of Our Flag Means Death. Like, while I was working. That was what I did. And before I went to bed last night. I have a problem. Like, they have relationships that don't include us. But then it's like, can I romance you or what? I know at least Hacian, he used to date, he at one point dated Tamara. But they don't, not anymore. As evidenced by him calling her, like, a witch. But yeah, I don't know. Cause like I am conflicted. I don't want to break them up. That would make me feel bad. That would make me feel really bad. They could be cute and sneak around. I mean, like, at the very least, the two of them, neither of them I'm particularly interested in. I mean, like, Kenyatta I'd be more interested in than Nio. Nio's too, like, blonde, good boy. But it's weird because they talk about dating within your path, and you're like, so what about us? Oh my god, do they? I want to see Cody romance Einar and see what his romance path is like. Yeah, I am interested in Einar. Excuse me. Ow. It's like part of why I hope that in the near future they let you make multiple characters. So, you know, I could romance multiple people. I'm curious. Because, like, I also think Gina is adorable. I love her. Would love to romance her. So conflicted. I think my top romances are Gina, Tish, Reth, and Kenyatta. Gina, Tish, and Reth are also in my top as well. I think Tish is adorable. Tish reminds me of Tangled and Rapunzel. And then I love a boy who can cook. Reth is just kind of goofy, and I appreciate that. Granted, I need him to make things that aren't lettuce soup as a girl who does not like lettuce. But that's okay. We can make it work. Can I get through here? No. Did I just climb all this for nothing? Yes. Apparently. I can see it, especially since she loves furniture and painting. Yeah, and her voice kind of sounds like it a little bit. How do I get... Can I cut through here? I hope so. If I fall down here, can I leave? Ow. Am I gonna get stuck? Oh boy, where am I going? I'm interested to get to know Tamala more since she's so default sexy woman. Yeah, I am interested. I did not go where I was hoping to go. I'd be interested to see where her character, like, goes. Motherfucker. I don't like navigating this area. Tamala, why do you have to be so far away? Can you stop? Okay. The climbing mechanic needs some work. I get stuck on things a lot. And they don't like to release when you're up there. There she is.
Watch your step. These woods are not the same.
You see a night moth flutter past. Would you mind catching it for a little on me? Need for a sleep spell. No, I don't have anything she wants. Best way you can learn alchemy is hard work, practice, and knowing not to bother elders with unnecessary chit-chat. Spice sprouts, thank the dragon. This is what the healer ordered. However, can I repay you? I have a couple of ideas, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. Money always works. Tell me what you really need this for. My cough didn't fool you, huh? I suppose my mother was right. I could have never made a living on the stage, no matter how stunning my visage is. My secret is out. I use spice sprouts as part of my nightly beauty routine. You will keep this secret between us, won't you? Couldn't imagine the shame if any of the villagers knew I had to hide my wrinkles. You don't need beauty cream. I knew you were just trying to flatter me. But know what they say, flattery will get you everywhere.
Your novelty has worn off.
Okay. Alright. I guess I will call it there. We accomplished a chunk. And we finished that game. The first game. After spooky season, we'll get to the second game. Just gonna grab that for now. Okay. I don't know if exiting here is the best idea. My computer doesn't love that I'm exiting. But that's what we're gonna do. Switch scenes, please. Come on, computer. Everything's okay. I believe in you, OBS. Okay, whatever. Just gonna leave there. Thank you for hanging out. Are you a MILF? Oh god, OBS. OBS, please. Why should you say that? Are you old? Are you a MILF? Yeah, I know what you I know what you meant after I read the first message. For a second I was asking if I was wondering if you were asking if I was a MILF, and then I put the pieces together. I am ready for season 2. I'm begging that it doesn't come out while I'm on vacation, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you for hanging out and trading with me. I appreciate that. I was afraid I was never going to complete that task. Starting next week, we're going to start spooky games, aka The Evil Within 2. Yeah, that game is so good. So yeah, we're going to start next week, The Evil Within 2. Play that until I finish it / Halloween. And then after spooky season, we'll play Chronicles 2, part 2. And then from there, we will be in a holding pattern until the Apollo Justice trilogy comes out, and we can play the last 2 games, and we can put a little ribbon on the Ace Attorney franchise for now, until they get smart and release another one. But I'm excited to start spooky scary season and get terrified. I don't know anything about the second game. I'm gonna have to re-up my knowledge on the first game because I don't remember it very much. Hi Cody, let's go. It's Evil Within 2 time. I'm ready to get spooked. Looking back on chat, you're very confused. Yeah, there's some interesting messages in there. This is about them. Oh my god, I love you guys. It is an interesting message out of context. But anyway, that is gonna do it for me tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching and hanging out. I very much appreciate it, and thank you for listening to me scream about these fictional anime boys. I very much appreciate it. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your Friday night and a fantastic weekend. And I will see you guys all next week for spooky scary season. All right? Goodbye.